Okay, I declare open this public hearing of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for its inquiry into national security risks affecting the Australian higher education and research sector. These are public proceedings, although the committee may agree to a request to have evidence heard in camera or may determine that certain evidence should be held in camera. In acknowledgement of the current COVID-19 situation, certain measures have been implemented. Throughout the hearing, appropriate distancing will be maintained for those in physical attendance, and video and teleconferencing facilities have been arranged to allow committee members and some witnesses to appear remotely. In this way, witnesses can engage with the committee and the committee can continue to undertake its essential work. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Parliament as a contempt. In accordance with the committee's resolutions of 4 July 2019, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and a proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. I now welcome Mr Alex Joske to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Alex Joske. I'm appearing here as a private individual who studies the Chinese Communist Party's technology transfer and political interference efforts.
Thank you, Mr Joske. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. For this inquiry, the committee has asked that opening statements be written or tabled rather than read out due to the limited time we have for this inquiry and the many witnesses we want to hear from and the many questions we'll have for those witnesses. Do you have an opening statement that you wanted to circulate or table for the committee?
Sure. How should I hand that over?
The Secretariat will come and collect a copy from you, please be assured that the committee is familiar with your submission and the submission of all the other witnesses and will be able to ask informed questions on that basis. So we'll proceed directly to questioning, and I will open up before offering the call to my colleagues. Ms Joske, your submission to the inquiry is in some ways the most sobering submission that we've received, because your research, relying on open source materials, has identified 325 participants in talent recruitment programs of the Chinese Communist Party, both the 1,000 Talents program and, as you've identified, also the subnational recruitment programs that exist within China. But as you identify in your submission, probably even your research only scratches the surface that these are very opaque programs historically, and they've become even more so recently, and there may in fact be many more Australian researchers who participated in that we don't know about, even due to your research, which brought new ones to light. Unpack that a little bit for us. Why has it been so hard to identify? Why is it becoming increasingly opaque, and why should we be concerned about that?
Thank you. I think I first point out that since I wrote the submission, I've identified 5 more participants in these talent recruitment programs. So again, that just speaks to the fact that the research I put in the submission is really just scratching the surface. And I've estimated that there are probably at least 500 or 600 people from Australian institutions who've joined these talent recruitment programs in total, if not many more. And that's out of 60,000 who've been recruited across the world. It's important to point out that the opacity, the misconduct, the lack of transparency is actually built into these programs. There are systematic problems that come with them. These programs really can't be compared to talent recruitment efforts by the Australian government, for example, with the Global Talent Visa program. To give a couple of examples, the very agencies that oversee China's talent recruitment efforts have themselves been implicated in espionage. There have been cases of the Ministry of State Security, which is the Chinese government's foreign intelligence agency, recruiting people through the 1,000 Talents plan and tasking them to steal technology. That happened in a case in the US where an engineer was tasked to steal gas turbine jet engine trade secrets from a US defense contractor. And then at the same time, the extent of misconduct really does seem widespread. That's not to say that there aren't people who join the 1,000 Talents plan, for example, and are fully transparent about their participation or are quitting their jobs in Australia to move to China, which I think is just a normal part of recruitment. And you know, we shouldn't criminalize those sorts of behaviors. But there's a case at the Texas A&M University system in the US, for example, where they looked at 100 of their staff members who'd in some way been affiliated with talent recruitment programs, and they found that just 5 of them had actually declared that. And similar figures can be pulled out from the research that I've done. So one of the best indicators of that in what I've looked at is the number of people receiving some of these Australian Research Council fellowships while also being members of talent recruitment programs. These fellowships come with restrictions on external appointments. They often come with requirements to work full-time on these projects in Australia and to get approval for any of these conflicts of interest and at the very least disclose them. And it's pretty clear that joining a talent recruitment program, assigning inventions to institutions in China through those talent recruitment programs, setting up companies that commercialise the very same technologies that these people are being paid by the Australian government to work on, these things should all get in the way of these people receiving Australian Research Council fellowships. And the fact that this has nonetheless happened indicates that they haven't actually disclosed these activities fully.
And your research in this area, both your submission to this inquiry and previous papers that you've done, but also reporting by other journalists in this area, I'm thinking, for example, Shari Markson at The Australian, when this has become public, some universities have reacted with surprise and said, we didn't know that some of our researchers were engaged in this program. And universities and their representatives have said in their defence, we're very large organisations, we have lots of staff, it's really hard to keep track of it. I guess, how much store do you put in that excuse by the university sector, given that you're currently an independent researcher, you were previously at a small think tank, and you've been able to identify this? Why can't these billion-dollar institutions identify this themselves?
It is difficult research to do. And here in Australia, even though we've only just started looking at the problem, we're still miles ahead of some other countries that haven't even had a debate at the national level or any sort of media coverage of talent recruitment programs. And it was even in the United States, which has led on this issue of talent recruitment and economic espionage. I think it's only about 2 years ago that they really started to build up a consolidated response to this problem. But that being said, universities do have existing policies and practices designed to pick up these sorts of activities. They have conflict of interest policies. They have policies on external employment. And on top of that, researchers receiving grant funding will have additional responsibilities to disclose those conflicts. So the question is, why aren't those existing processes working? And I think it's a mix of those processes not being sufficient, universities not actually pursuing these problems fully, not having the investigative capacity to actually get to the bottom of things, and also a problem of culture where these practices have people have been turning a blind eye to them. In some cases, US cases, you can see, for example, the very people supposed to regulate or be the final arbiter on whether someone's been complying with these conflict of interest policies has themselves been a participant in a talent recruitment program. So you're getting a deep cultural issue that is compounded by a lack of resourcing in investigative capabilities.
And what do you say? I mean, as you point out, this is a violation of existing university policies. Universities should be concerned, regardless of whether it was a foreign interference issue or not, that conflict of interest and research integrity and ARC grant conditions may not being met. But when fighting their inclusion in the Foreign Relations Bill, which is supported through the Parliament on a bipartisan basis, universities said, international research cooperation is so important and we really don't want to kill the golden goose in pursuit of that. What do you say to those arguments? Is it too hard for universities to both continue to maintain strong research international cooperation and also protect their own integrity as academic institutions?
So this inquiry is focused on national security, and talent recruitment programs do raise serious national security issues. But I think at a more fundamental level, the problem with talent recruitment programs is how they break down and take advantage of the fundamental trust and integrity that science relies on, the ability to be assured that researchers are actually disclosing their conflicts of interest when they're doing research and not lying about the way they're doing research, who's funding their research, any of those interests that could complicate things. So I think that universities really should see a very strong self-interest in dealing with these problems. And I think it's something that will actually strengthen their engagement with China. I think more and more of them are recognising this. It's starting to happen through groups like UFIT, but there's a long way to go. This is really complementary to engagement with China. I think a lot of the past problems with engagement with China, collaboration with the Chinese military, even weapons of mass destruction collaboration with China, and widespread misconduct associated with talent recruitment programs, to give a couple of examples. These are all things that shouldn't be happening if we're approaching engagement with China from a position of, strong information, of awareness, of having a strong understanding of our partners in China, and good management of conflicts of interest and risk.
Thank you. I'll offer the call to Senator Keneally, and then I've got indications from Senator Fawcett and Mr. Lisa that they have questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Joske, for appearing today and for your submission. I'd like to turn to some of the recommendations that you make in your submission. And particularly, let's start with recommendation 10, establish a National Research Integrity Office that oversees publicly funded research institutions. I note that in the Department of Education, Skills and Employment submission, they outline the steps that were taken to establish a Higher Education Integrity Unit in TEXTA, announced by the Minister on the 24th of June 2020. Have you had a chance to look at that integrity unit? Do you think that it is sufficient, or do you have any recommendations to this committee as to if there are deficiencies in that framework that's been, or that unit that's been announced by the government?
Yeah, I've seen the announcement, but I'm not familiar with the group itself and don't know the details of its operation. But I don't think, from my understanding of it, it wouldn't really fulfil the things that I'm recommending in this submission.
What might be useful then, if you're willing, is to take that on notice if you would like to, and because I think given the some of the recommendations you have made, which are useful for us to consider, also those seem to reflect things that the government has done in the past 12 to 24 months, and it would be useful, I think, to us to understand whether you think some of these things are fit for purpose, or if there are recommendations this committee could make to government. I also wanted to ask you about your recommendations in relation to foreign talent recruitment programs. You have recommended that the government should specifically prohibit participation by government employees. You have not recommended that the government should seek to prohibit or outlaw all participation across Australia or in universities with talent recruitment programs. Again, I reflect that things like the Department of Employment, Education, Skills and Employment outlines changes that have been made to ARC grants in terms of improving transparency, disclosing conflicts of interest, disclosing funding. Also reflect that in the past year, the government's implemented the UFIT guidelines. Do you have a view as to whether or not the ARC changes or the UFIT guidelines address some of the concerns you have raised regarding the talent recruitment programs?
I don't think they go all the way there. And part of the reason why I recommend specifically prohibiting government employees from joining talent recruitment programs is there was a very similar problem in the United States where it's already prohibited essentially for US government employees to join talent recruitment programs because they're not allowed to accept funding from foreign governments for the same kinds of work they're doing for the US government. But despite that, I think there are about 100 US government employees who were concurrently joining talent recruitment programs. So I think it's just a very important signal and clarification that, yes, talent recruitment programs do fall under these terms, and we're specifically prohibiting them. Because in my research, I've outlined at least one case study in this submission of a CSIRO employee who joined a talent recruitment program, even though it would seem that existing guidelines around public servants, for example, should have limited or at least restricted that sort of activity. And I think the reason why I've only recommended government take that step is that we can't, we shouldn't be entirely banning talent recruitment programs. There are ways to do it transparently. The focus should just be on ensuring that transparency is there.
All right, thank you. And I, again, would invite you, if there's any follow-up you'd like to provide, we would be welcome to receive it, but that is useful. Can I ask, some of the submissions from universities have claimed that a country-agnostic approach has the potential to consume enormous effort to nil effect. Now, I note that your research is specifically focused on the Chinese Communist Party, but what are your views on that statement and the risk that is posed to universities? Essentially, I'm asking, what is your assessment of where the risk emanates from? Is a country-agnostic approach the appropriate way to proceed?
I think the guidelines in UFIT, for example, should be country agnostic, because we should be concerned about these activities regardless of which country they're coming from. But in terms of resourcing, responding to these threats and studying these threats, I think we clearly need to be informed by strategic priorities and where the threat is actually emanating from. And quite clearly that seems to be primarily from China. There are also going to be concerns, with other countries like Russia, Iran, for example, and, perhaps now Myanmar with the human rights situation there. But I think if you take the country out of talent recruitment programs, you're actually missing what really makes them concerning, because there are very unique features of how China carries out some of these activities, how it approaches engagement with our universities, that I think the government needs to understand and our universities need to understand in order to actually manage those risks appropriately.
All right. If I could also then ask you, on the flip side, how well do you think universities understand the risks, the areas that are critical to national interest, and the threat that various countries pose? How well do you think that they understand that? And are there recommendations this committee should be making in that regard? I note that you've got some recommendations about, independent reviews and transparency when it comes to universities, but I'm really trying to understand your assessment of how well universities understand the risks and are able to in a timely manner address them.
Things have definitely improved over the past 2 years, I'd say. We moved from a position of real naivety in the university sector to where, the UFIT guidelines have come in, more universities are starting to implement them. And that in itself is a reflection of a greater appreciation of the problem, but it's not, uniform across the sector, of course. So there's a question of the extent to which the leadership of universities is across these issues, which I think is reasonably good in a lot of them now. But the more difficult issue is how we actually extend that understanding and awareness down to heads of schools and then individual researchers who are actually the ones targeted by these talent recruitment programs, and pursuing the engagement with China through not just formal MOUs with Chinese institutions, but informal collaboration that university leaders themselves don't actually have the ability to tick off on or regulate. So I think that to that extent it hasn't gone very well. A lot more needs to be done at the level of individual schools and individual researchers.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Keneally. Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Joske, thank you for your submission, and thank you for your work over a number of areas of interest to this committee that has been very useful, I think, in terms of informing the committee and Australia more broadly about some of the aspects of our modern global interactions we need to be aware of. Can I get your recommendations and your comments, which largely go to the issue of transparency and making sure that people disclose what they're doing, You also in your submission talk about Professor Brad Yu and give quite a lengthy expose about the kinds of work he's involved with, particularly around swarming drone technology and military applications, and his claim that that is the, if you like, the highest plane of AI, and it's something that Beijing must step into and dominate. When I go to the Australian National University website, they have a page dedicated to Associate Professor Brad Yu, and it talks about all the grants he's been given. It talks about all the areas that you've highlighted, the work he's done. It discloses the fact that he works with a range of Chinese institutions, but he's still there on their staff. He's still there potentially harvesting information and passing it back to foreign actors. So is disclosure enough, or should we actually be preventing certain kinds of technology, noting that much of modern technology is inherently dual use? Should we be taking the list of things? You've identified 4 or 5. The Henry Jackson Society's listed about 167 critical national technologies that Australia is exposed to. Should we be prohibiting that engagement with certain countries and encouraging it with like-minded peers, or is transparency enough in your view?
Thank you. So I think in the case of Brad Yu, my understanding is he's no longer at the Australian National University. He moved to Curtin University in, I think, 2018, and I think he might have also left Curtin University. So I'm not sure what his current affiliation is, but I think your point still stands.
Visitor at ANU, room B353, if you wish to visit when he's there.
Okay. But I think at the very least your point still stands that a lot of these issues were known to ANU clearly, or at least they had the ability to know that these kinds of things were being undertaken. That he had brought in a Chinese military scientist as a PhD student while working on drone swarm projects for DST, and that this scientist is now chief technician of the Chinese military's fixed-wing drone swarm program. So there's a question of why weren't these issues identified when he was at ANU, and also whether these issues were identified when he was at Curtin University, and whether ANU helped with that, for example. But it clearly shows that transparency isn't enough. Certainly transparency isn't enough when there isn't an understanding of the problem and how to respond to it and why these things might be problematic. So that's something where I think government clearly needs to offer more guidance to universities, where it clearly needs to be doing research into and pointing out key technologies that at the very least we need heightened due diligence and risk management for when it comes to collaboration, if not outright bans of collaboration on technologies when it comes to defence technologies or collaboration with Chinese defence institutions, which is something that I worked on at ASPI in this project called the China Defence Universities Tracker, going through Chinese universities that have strong links to the defence sector. But so far, enforcement action hasn't been taken in Australia, and I think this is something that needs to be taken if there are these cases where people are committing fraud, theft, interference, or even espionage. At the very least, if an individual is seeking to hide their involvement in a talent recruitment program or hide the full terms of that involvement in order to get funding from the ARC, that could be a criminal case.
Sure. So have you, through the work you've done, identified the kind of quantum of funding that has come to Australian universities through these collaborations from overseas, in particular Beijing, or is the funding predominantly that you've researched funding that's come from the Australian taxpayer via ARC grants that's been facilitated because of the presence of those researchers from overseas? And I guess the thrust of my question is, what kind of a quantum would we need to be looking at in terms of either redirecting ARC funds or attracting cooperative research with like-minded nations. As we look at President Biden, for example, with his call for critical supply chain evaluations and analysis and for partnering with like-minded nations. We've seen Prime Minister Johnson making very similar comments out of the UK. Do you have a sense of how much funding is actually coming in from China to our universities, and what would we need to replace that with to keep them on a similar level of investment in research?
I'm afraid I'm not really, able to put a figure on it, but I think quite clearly the benefits of these sorts of exchanges when they involve talent recruitment programs are in China's direction. And, but doing a really serious sort of cost-benefit analysis is almost impossible given the lack of transparency. But I've estimated that up to $280 million of Australian Research Council funding is going to individuals who are concurrently in talent recruitment programs in China. But again, that could just be a minority of the total amount. But certainly, I think putting more funding into strategic areas will really help solve this issue. But unless we also deal with those risk management and due diligence issues, it's like putting water into a sieve.
So the logical extension of this question then is that if it's too expansive or too difficult to highlight areas of technology, as I say, the Henry Jackson Society pegs Australia at about 167 areas of critical technology. You've listed 4 or 5. Is the alternate to go for a complete country ban, and have you considered what implications that may have for other areas such as water management, pollution management, food production, things that are to the global benefit of collaborating, even with nations that are autocratic and don't necessarily share our value systems?
Ultimately, I think we're going to have to move into a position where decisions on collaboration are informed by the nature of those countries and the institutions in those countries that we're collaborating with, and also the technologies. So I think I advocate, a mix of both to give us the most complete information on which to make those decisions. So that would be looking at, for example, whether a university in China is also working on material science with the Chinese military. And if they're approaching you for engagement on material science, you've now got, I think, 2 really good reasons not to pursue that engagement. One, that they're working on that with the Chinese military, and also that it's a major area of defence research in Australia.
Sure. My last question, you mentioned in your submission that I think it was Lei Li had helped you with this research. So 2-3 people working over a given period of time to produce this report. How many people, what kind of skill sets would an agency of the government need to do the kind of assessment that would be required to actually triage and approve grants or collaborative research efforts if we were to still continue to have a country agnostic approach?
It's really hard to say. I think certainly more than the capacity that currently exists. In my experience, doing this sort of research is very time intensive, and it relies on people with skills that aren't very common. And it's really not just Chinese language skills, but also that background knowledge of tech transfer issues, the Chinese Communist Party, political interference, and the ability to actually do original empirical research on these topics. But my understanding of current resourcing inside government to look at these issues, particularly when it comes to open source research, which would allow those findings to actually be shared more broadly, the investment is minimal currently. So I think you'd want to see, at the very least, dozens of researchers working on these issues in government, and investment in a pipeline of training in universities, research institutions, think tanks, to make sure that China talent is actually going to be there into the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Fawcett. We'll go to Senator McAllister next.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Mr Jocquet, for appearing today and providing your expertise to the committee. I just wanted to ask you about two things, and I know that other senators and members have asked you about your recommendations. Most of your recommendations go to operational questions for funding agencies or universities or for the government, but you do indicate that you think that there ought to be a review of existing legislation and offences. What gaps do you perceive exist in the existing offences around espionage and foreign interference, noting that we've been through a quite extended legislative process quite recently in relation to those matters?
Yeah, I think as someone who's not a legal expert myself, I'd recommend firstly that there is an assessment of whether there are these gaps and, where they might lie. But I think that a lot of these issues can actually be dealt with existing regulations and also policies with universities and funding agencies. So when it comes to criminal actions, quite often this is going to involve fraud when it comes to talent recruitment programs. More extreme cases will cross into theft or espionage and interference. But for example, the 59 cases of people receiving ARC grants while also seems being members of talent recruitment programs in a way that is probably breaching their funding agreements, those could turn into cases of criminal cases of fraud.
Yes, and certainly the espionage offences would be relevant where the matters are clearly linked to national security. My second question is somewhat different. It's sometimes observed that in our sort of emerging strategic environment, all technology has the potential to be dual use. But you've indicated in your evidence, I think, an emphasis on dual-use technologies themselves. Do you have any views about how the Australian government might think about our strategic interests, both directly strategic and also our economic interests in relation to IP and technology management, given the environment we're now operating in?
I think the response needs to be based on an understanding of where our comparative advantages lie in science and technology. We're not, a major, we're not a world leader when it comes to science and technology and innovation, but we do have a couple of niches, areas like biotechnology, I think, and there's great quantum research being done at UNSW, for example, where we've clearly got advantages over some other countries, and we've got key areas of innovation that we should be promoting. So those should also, I think, be areas where we need to be particularly careful about efforts by foreign actors to actually undermine our innovation in those areas and exploit it through talent recruitment programs, for example. And I think we should also be looking at how those areas line up with China's priorities in science and technology, which are then going to inform its economic espionage efforts.
I think what you're suggesting is, I guess, a dual track of assessment, one of which is about prioritising IP, which has the potential to provide national commercial advantage to Australia. And, historically we've tended to see that within the context of a global economic environment rather than merely a national one. And so I think that presents some new policy questions. The second one, though, your second criteria really goes to denying other countries access to technologies that they might be prioritising, irrespective of their value to us. Do you propose that it's difficult to see how that could be conducted on a country-agnostic basis, and indeed your evidence is that is only to consider one country?
That's right. I think our responses really need to be informed by expertise on and sort of serious study of the key threat actors. And I think that is, I'm sure, being done in government. But a problem we're going to run into in the future is that there's just not a good stream of talent being produced in this area. China studies programs in our universities have really declined over the past 2 decades. It's harder for Australian universities to recruit leading China experts from around the world, and we need to see a reversal in that situation if we're going to make informed decisions about what we can and can't collaborate on with China.
Indeed. Thanks very much for the explanation, Sir Dr. and for your evidence today.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. Mr. Lisa.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, before I start my question, I just want to make a declaration. It's the same declaration I made at the time that this inquiry was referred to us last year in a private hearing, but I just wanted to declare that I am a director of the Ramsay Centre for Western Civilisation, and the centre has contracts with University of Queensland, with Wollongong University and Australian Catholic University. That's declared, my directorship is declared on my register of interests, but I just wanted to be upfront in declaring that before participating in this inquiry at our first public hearing. I wanted to take Mr. Joske, if I may, to page 7 of his submission to us, and to quote something that he said there on page 7. He said, and I quote, "Research institutions' responses to talent recruitment sit on a broad spectrum, and many of those worst affected do not appear to have confronted the problem yet." I wondered, Mr. Joske, if you could give us some examples of those that you don't feel have confronted the problem, and in what way have they not confronted the problem?
I think perhaps one of the example that comes to mind first is probably the University of Technology Sydney, which has been the subject of some of the most scrutiny when it comes to its engagement with China, going back to decisions like accepting, I think, over $1 million from Hong Xiang Mo and $1 million from one of his associates to set up the Australia-China Research Institute. And also when it comes to its scientific engagement with China, which is more relevant to my submission. And in particular, that's its collaboration with CETC, a Chinese defence industry conglomerate. It's not just any defence contractor, it's one of the largest defence companies in China, and it works on things ranging from cryptography, radar systems, artificial intelligence, all for the Chinese military. And this collaboration with CETC is ongoing. I'd also note that there are a number of individuals at the University of Technology Sydney who've joined talent recruitment programs. And I think to date, nothing I've seen has really indicated, a genuine response to these problems that is really getting to the heart of the issue. Its collaboration with CTC, to my knowledge, is ongoing. There are still, talent recruitment issues at the university, and I think these issues really need to be addressed.
Are there any other institutions that you wanted to talk about in that regard too, or maybe just UTS?
I think it's quite difficult for me to comment on this because I haven't had massive amounts of engagement with the sector. I've seen universities that have done pretty bad things in the past or collaborated with Chinese institutions in ways that really seem quite reckless. And one example that comes to mind, for example, is the University of New South Wales, their collaboration with Chinese military scientists. But from a recent interaction with them, it now seems like they have a genuine intention to start confronting these issues, fixing problems in the past, and improving their processes. So we're really in a state of change right now where some universities that were really concerning in the past are taking genuine steps towards fixing these problems.
In terms of reference, direct us to some of those university institutional groupings. And I think about the particular research-focused universities and their groupings, the Group of Eight, the IRU and the ATN. Do you have any view, have you done any research about what those institutional groupings, those organisations that represent the universities and often have international agreements, do you have any research or information that you can provide the committee with how they are approaching these issues?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not really familiar with that.
I'll just give you an example. So, for instance, the Group of Eight says on their website they've got numerous international alliances and agreements with universities and research organisations, including in Brazil, China with the C9, and they say that they're a signatory of the prestigious High Faith Statement, which links it to elite university groups around the world. You don't have any evidence to provide the committee on the way in which, because of those international arrangements and alliances, that those institutional groupings are dealing with these issues.
I'm sorry, I haven't looked at that specifically, but I think in broad terms, these peak bodies have a really important role to play in coordinating university efforts when it comes to this, and they should really be using their ability to bring together universities to talk about talent recruitment. And my understanding is they're starting to do this.
I've got only one more question. You've focused in your submission on talent recruitment, obviously in a research context, particularly with universities, but you've also mentioned the CSIRO. The other major players in the higher education environment are the non-university higher education providers, very few of whom do research. To what extent should we be concerned about talent recruitment in those institutions?
I think it would be less of a concern. Simply the differing levels of research and expertise there would make them less of a target for these talent recruitment programs, which are overwhelmingly focused on recruiting individuals who have a real edge when it comes to innovation in STEM fields. There's very little recruitment of people working in humanities and social sciences. It's clearly tied to Chinese economic programs and defence interests.
Thanks, Mr. Josky.
Thank you, Mr. Lisa. Ms Hammond.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Josky, for your submission and for appearing before us today. In your opening submission, which I've now had the opportunity to read, and I think in your paper as well, you talk about the need, first of all, that a number of instances that have occurred that you've alerted to in your report were in contravention of existing university policies and processes. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then you say that the culture needs to change as much as the process.
Yes, that's right.
Do you have any thoughts on how you can change the culture at big institutions particularly?
I'm sure you'll appreciate it's very difficult to do. So this will be a very long-term process of, I think, improving processes will help change culture, but it has to be done on the back of much greater awareness of these problems down to the level of individual researchers. So I think universities should be organising briefings, whether that's from government or think tanks or their own experts on these issues about China, collaboration with China, the threat environment, military-civil fusion, China's policy of leveraging civilian research for military purposes, and their obligations when it comes to disclosing participation in talent recruitment programs, and the kinds of precautions that you'd want to take when considering collaboration with a partner in China, even if it's just informal collaboration, not guided by a contract or an MOU. I think actions by the government will also go a long way to helping change culture. For example, the recent ARC decision to require grant applicants to disclose participation in foreign government talent recruitment programs will contribute to a culture of, people being forced to disclose these things, be more transparent about them, and perhaps in the future enforcement actions will also push things forward.
Yeah, you mentioned before that in some cases you've got no doubt that it was through, a lot of people have done it innocently without necessarily understanding all of the implications of entering into an arrangement. I'm just curious, you also then mentioned criminal. To what extent do you think that there is a lot of what's happened is based on naivety and a lack of awareness? A lack of awareness about conflict of interest more generally, but also a lack of awareness about conflict of interest, particularly in the space of foreign interference?
I think, it's always going to be beneficial to increase awareness around these issues, but there do seem to be a concerning number of cases, and I wouldn't call it an insignificant number of cases of individuals joining talent recruitment programs and, I think wittingly hiding or not fully disclosing some of their conflicts, their commitments in China, business interests, intellectual property handling, that sort of thing. So these are cases where that will require universities to, I think, strengthen their investigative processes. Some of the problems in looking into these cases in the United States, I think, has been that universities themselves struggle to really understand how to actually get to the bottom of what's going on. And again, this is something where I think government might be able to help. And when it's going into that realm of fraud, theft, interference, espionage, that's when I think we need to see the AFP stepping in and really drawing a red line on some of these activities.
Yeah, ideally we should, there's the investigative side of things, but also it's the, and I think you make this point as well, it's a proactive step of making sure that we've got processes in place that we don't get to that point. So that conflict of interest, so that everything is reviewed. What do you think of the idea of actually having a central body, and a central agency or a central body that universities particularly and research institutions can utilise when they're faced with a grant funding agreement or when they're considering whether there are any issues?
I think more concentrations of expertise and greater ability for government to provide advice to research institutions on these issues is going to be incredibly helpful. It's something that governments around the world are only really starting to build a deep understanding of over the past couple of years. So it's going to be difficult for universities to replicate that kind of awareness without information being shared. So some sort of body, I think perhaps UFIT is serving that role, and perhaps it could be expanded to better do that. But more information to the sector will help with awareness and also help identify cases where this is being done wittingly, where people have been made aware of the risks around talent recruitment programs, the need to disclose information, and yet have failed to do that.
Yes, okay. So government, because ultimately we want to make sure that our universities and research institutions are able to engage internationally and undertake research with international partners, but to be mindful and to be very aware of the dangers and the risks imposed. So it is a balancing act, and if we impose too many obligations on individual universities, the cost and the expense and their capacity to do it well, I think would be, it would be very troubling. So the idea of some sort of central body that could be a resource. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think, and I'd need to look into, sort of think more about this question, I think, but, in general terms, more information to universities will be of incredible benefit. And I think, to me, the ideal situation is one in which universities themselves are taking the lead on this problem and being incredibly proactive to raise awareness, identify problems when they exist and act on them. And I think it's this sort of proactive response that will actually help avoid harmful regulation that makes the research that we want to happen harder to do.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Joske, and thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ms Hammond. We'll go to Dr Ali and then Mr Wilson. Dr Ali.
Mr Joske, for your appearing here today. I just wanted to talk to you. In your opening statement, you state that of the 333 individuals, there are 59 particularly concerning cases who appear to have received ARC fellowships while participating in talent recruitment programs. And I appreciate that most of the work that you've done has been in the participation of talent recruitment programs, but I'm really interested in the the Australian Research Council and the fellowships. And I'm wondering if you have any more detail on whether or not this happens through partnerships where an individual is named as a principal investigator or a chief investigator on an ARC grant that's generated through an Australian university, or do they come to an Australian university and then apply for an ARC grant while they're here?
So these are recipients of, that figure I published was looking at recipients of 3 ARC fellowships. There were Australian Laureate Fellowships, Future Fellowships, and Discovery Early Career Research Awards. And, these 3 fellowships come with much stricter requirements than your average ARC grant. They're received by really outstanding researchers at Australian universities who will apply for them. So in some of the cases, these individuals have been employed at Australian universities, joined a talent recruitment program in China, kept up that employment in Australia, and then applied for one of these fellowships and received it. In other cases, you can see scientists who've received an ARC fellowship to work full-time at an Australian institution, and then at the same time, and then following that, have applied to join a talent recruitment program. And I think that subcategory within the 59 is perhaps where the misconduct is even more clear, when they've already joined, received a full-time fellowship, and then on top of that have actually applied to receive another fellowship from the Chinese government that would require approval from the ARC and would quite clearly contradict the terms of their funding agreement with the Australian Research Council.
Right. So what you're saying is some of them are already here, they're employed by Australian universities, and then they apply for a Discovery Early Career Researcher Fellowship or something like that, and then join the talent program.
Yes, that's right.
To get an ARC fellowship, and I'm speaking from experience because I've had ARC fellowships and grants, you have to have the approval of the university. So you have to have a certification from your university for your research. And if you are doing any kind of collaborative research with any overseas individuals, you have to have like a full and fairly detailed information about that individual, their research, their background and what they have done. And then these are all all the grants and all the grants for fellowships are then assessed by the ARC College of Experts. Is there then, do you think, just going back to what Ms Hammond's comments were about, it also being about a change of culture and raising awareness, is there room or a need even to upskill ARC College of Experts, those people who are assessing ARC grants, so that they know what they're looking for and they're aware of possible security risks and or possible breaches when they read an application?
I think there's definitely a need to ensure that the ARC College of Experts is protected from interference and non-transparent influence from foreign governments or political entities. But I think the responsibility to carry out these kinds of security assessments should be done by the ARC, in collaboration or association with our security agencies that have the expertise to make those judgments. I think it's just going to be too hard for the College of Experts on its own to make the right decisions.
Have you ever read an ARC grant proposal? Have you ever seen how extensive they are?
Yeah, I understand how much work goes into them, and I think that that makes it all the more important that they're being awarded to the right people.
So in your opinion, if you were to look at an ARC grant, would you be able to assess from that grant whether or not it posed any kind of security risk?
It would need to be done on the back of additional research. Government agencies have the benefit of having access to classified research, but open source research alone can go a long way to identifying risks that can be cause for further investigation, should prompt in some cases further questions to the researchers to just clarify what's going on, and that should involve contracts being disclosed. Sometimes travel records and those sorts of things might also help shed some light on things.
Dr. Ali, I have to share the call with Mr. Wilson before our time runs out, I'm afraid. Is that a good point to break your questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Joske. That's it from me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ali. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be very quick. Thank you for your contributions, Mr. Joske. The only thing I wanted to ask about was actually in the context of the efforts that are made by the Chinese Communist Party in seeking to hide their efforts and influence. I was just wondering, can you give us an outline of the extent to which you think there is an effort to hide their influence, and whether, in your judgment, it would escalate if we were to go to efforts to try and force some form of disclosure or investigation?
Unfortunately, it's already escalated, and it really wasn't because of our actions when it comes to talent recruitment. It was because of greater scrutiny in the United States starting around 2018. In September of 2018, the Chinese government issued an internal notice to government agencies to actually start scrubbing information online about talent recruitment programs, particularly the 1,000 Talents Plan. And now you'll find that the actual official website for the 1,000 Talents Plan is no longer online. So that program has seen quite a clear increase in its covertness. Not to mention, the 200 plus other talent recruitment programs operated by the Chinese government. So it is getting more challenging to deal with, and I think this means that universities need to do more, but in particular, this is something where government is going to have to step in more and more.
Thank you.
Mr. Joske, in the 2 minutes that we have remaining, just very quickly, your submission and our discussion so far this morning has been overwhelmingly focused on questions of research, but within our terms of reference, we're also required to look at teaching. And so I'm interested in your views about whether these issues of foreign interference extend beyond those concerns you've outlined in your submission to things like coercion of students and academics in their teaching and in their learning, and how much of a problem is that?
I think, the kinds of issues brought up by talent recruitment aren't just about technology transfer and research. They're also about interference and influence. And, these programs do have the potential to not just encourage, set up research partnerships between researchers and Chinese institutions, but also put these researchers in a position where they're influenced or encouraged by the Chinese government to do things back at their institutions at Australian universities, whether that's bringing in PhD students from high-risk Chinese institutions to work on defence technologies, or to set up joint research centres that give those Chinese institutions access to technology in Australia that couldn't be exported to them. So there's a broader interference issue that is built into the problem of talent recruitment and goes beyond just the transfer of individual pieces of technology and starts to look more like United Front work. And that's no coincidence. It's the United Front Work Department within China that runs the official association for members of the 1,000 Talents Plan. So influence and technology transfer are quite deliberately integrated in these efforts.
Mr. Joske, thank you very much for your submission, your attendance, your evidence today. It's been very helpful. I think we could have gone on for quite some more time with you. You've already undertaken to take some questions on notice from committee members. I anticipate there might be some more in writing. We'll be conscious not to overburden you as an independent researcher to do too much homework for the committee, but we're really very grateful for your assistance.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you. Okay, the committee will now move to the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Education and the University Foreign Interference Task Force. As officials are making their way to the table, I understand, consistent with COVID guidelines, we're permitted to have 6 witnesses at the table there, and I believe you have 8 witnesses with you. Given I'm the only committee member here, I'll invite any surplus witnesses to sit on the ends of these tables if you wish, or if you're more comfortable, you can just remain in your seats and come up as you're called upon or required. But you can move those chairs a little bit to accommodate 6 people there if you wish. Okay, for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee, starting from your right?
The First Assistant Secretary, Silent and Tech Policy, Department of Home Affairs. Mark Maplong, Deputy Secretary, National Resilience and Cybersecurity, Department of Home Affairs.
Chris Teal, Chair of the University Foreign Interference Task Force Steering Group.
Rob Heffron, Deputy Secretary, Higher Education, Research and International, the Department of Education, Skills and Employment.
Karen Sandercock, First Assistant Secretary, International Division, Department of Education, Skills and Employment.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. As I said with our previous witnesses, we are not seeking opening statements verbally, and I understand that you have submitted some in writing which are being circulated or have been circulated to the committee, and we're going to proceed directly to questioning. We've already heard through the submissions that although there is consensus, I think that there's more work to be done, that good progress has been made with the higher education sector in recent years, and some of that success has been attributed to the establishment of bodies like the Foreign Interference Task Force. But a lot of submissions still say that there's a lot of outstanding issues. If the committee were seeking assurances or confidence that that progress would continue to occur, what options are there for beefing up the work of the Foreign Interference Task Force? I'm thinking, for example, of the fact that the guidelines currently are voluntary. Could they be made mandatory? Could they be made more prospective? What are the options available to the committee?
Chair, I'll start here if you're happy with
Please.
that. What I would say is that the task force, as people would be aware, was announced in August 2019, and it was announced on the basis of an understanding of the environment which we face. And I'll just make a statement here that I won't particularise that environment. That's an environment for the Director General of Security to particularise, should he choose to do so. It's fair to say that since the work of the task force kicked off, and within 80 days the task force produced the set of guidelines that we're talking about today. It's fair to say that people have started at different places, but an understanding of the environment in which we face is now front and centre in institutions' minds. Also, another data point that I'd like to make is that institutions have a different profile in relation to the foreign interference threat that they face, and that profile is based upon the nature of the research, the location and the like. And therefore, in thinking about the guidelines that we've done to date, the flexibility, scalability and adaptability is particularly important as we're thinking about the future. And the implementation that we've kicked off and that is being undertaken at this point is one of learnt experience. And I'd say that our engagements with our international partners has demonstrated that we're leading the pack in this way and the way that we've approached this. So the next part of this, the next part of this is one where we take the learnings that we've had in the past, the real life learnings that have occurred in institutions, and the submissions that you have in front of you detail people's real experience and what they've achieved in this way. And think about how to make that into the next evolution of what we're talking about now. I think one of the challenges for us is to set up a framework which takes into account the vagaries of the differences within the sector, and then apply over the top of that measurable issues and how we can measure the effectiveness of that implementation. So for me, it's about taking the learnings from the past, and I'm saying the very recent past since 2019, and then taking those forward in that regard. So it's about evolving where we are. The previous witness spoke about culture change and increased awareness. And if I was to say to you what the overarching deliverables that I think we're at the moment, it's an increased awareness and understanding of the issue, and also a stronger institutional system that we're putting into the system. So for me, it's the next evolution of that.
Yep.
And the construct of how to measure this implementation and how to measure the effectiveness of what we're attempting to achieve.
Okay, I'm glad that you highlighted the diversity of responses within the sector, because that's consistent with the other evidence that we've heard so far and in submissions, that there are some universities that are more proactive and more further on the line of dealing with these issues, and there are others that are further behind. And I'm also glad you highlighted the need to constantly evolve our response. In that evolution, what options are available to us that would help bring those universities that are lagging behind up to the standard of the best universities? What can we do to get them up to the same standard?
I think it's a sharing of best practice in some regards, and we've seen that since the implementation of the guidelines, and under the banner of the steering group and under the broader banner of the UFIT, we've brought on a number of occasions over the last period of time groups together to share best practice. What that allows us to do is to facilitate that movement of knowledge around the system, so that those who for whatever reason need further assistance can learn from universities who have instituted something that we would consider as a whole applicable for a broader audience. So for me, it's that transfer of knowledge in support of this is one of the next points, and one of the things that we've focused on over the last period of time.
And look, I hope this inquiry will facilitate that by identifying that best practice and, praising those institutions who are doing it, but also identifying those ones that are falling behind. So I want to just press you a little bit more on the guidelines, and any other witness at the table who has anything to add. Could they be made more prescriptive in any way? I'm not asking you to express a policy preference, but is it an option available to the committee to recommend that they be compulsory?
Well, it's a policy position for government, of course, and the construct, and I'll need to leave that there. However, I'll come back to the point about measurability here, but in terms of the appropriateness or otherwise of that next phase is a policy position.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I have a couple of kind of factual questions, because to set the scene, I think. In February, it was reported by Ben Packham in The Australian that 5 ARC grants were refused by the Minister for Education on national security grounds. I think 18 had been referred to security agencies for assessment, and 5 came back being recommended to be rejected. Could you tell the committee who applied for the grants that were rejected, the researchers and the institutions, and what areas of research were rejected?
I think we've got some attachment. We don't have so Rob Heffron, Deputy Secretary, Higher Ed Research International Group at DC. We have the title of the applications, which I guess are not all that meaningful, but we don't have who the applicant is. More detail, given these are recommendations by the ARC, and I understand the ARC is appearing before the committee at some time, it may be best to raise it with the ARC.
Yep.
Having said that, I'm just not aware of where there are particular confidentiality provisions that surround that. I'm just unaware whether there are or there aren't, but that is something that our colleagues at the ARC would be able to assist you with.
Look, I'd be happy if you'd like to take it on notice and come back to the committee, and in considering those confidentiality requirements, also consider whether or not a parliamentary committee would be bound by those confidentiality requirements. As you well know, Mr Heffron, from your many appearances before estimates, we don't immediately accept the grounds of confidentiality. It would have to be specified in a public interest immunity claim if it couldn't be provided to the committee. So that the researchers, the areas of research and their institutions, I think would be of interest to the committee. And I accept that you need to take that on notice.
We'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you very much. And we may also pursue it with the ARC, but independently I'd like your answer on it. It's also been publicly reported that the Australian National University was subject to a significant cyber attack. I think it's been publicly attributed to a significant state actor, but not any more particular than that. Do we know, and to what level of confidence, which state actor was behind the attack on ANU?
I'm not aware, and I don't think we would be aware, so I'll turn to my colleagues who may be in a position to know.
Senator Mark LeBlanc, Deputy Secretary, National Resilience and Cybersecurity. It has been referred to as an advanced threat actor, but it hasn't come to the point of a specific deliberation or specification of a country involved. That information has not been identified as yet.
Okay. And I do appreciate it is not an easy and straightforward task to attribute responsibility in these cyber attacks, that the people who engage them go to great lengths to hide who they are. But what can you tell us about the organisations or nation states who have the capability and the intent to take out an action like that?
Senator, there are both a number of state actors as well as highly sophisticated criminal groups that have the capability and the intent to undertake those sorts of attacks against our systems. There are at least 5 different state actors that have got that level of capability. And a number of criminal enterprises. Criminal enterprises are becoming much more sophisticated in their capabilities. There is also, in the dark web, an ability to buy the tools that you need. So very professional cyber hackers will sell or rent their software or their capabilities to criminal organisations or others. In order to be able to, undertake the attacks that they need to. As you said, it's a very complicated and complex exercise to directly identify who that actor is, whether that be a state-based or a criminal actor. You look at, attributes and thresholds and various other matters, but it can often take a great many months, if not years, to go through. At a very forensic level, in order to be able to identify and lawfully prove who the actor is.
And the Australian government does have a policy of attributing where we can, because I think we recognise it has a deterrent effect to label sources of attacks when we can have a degree of confidence where they come from.
That's correct, Senator. To the degree that there is specific, deliberate, identifiable, lawfully provable information, we would take a judgment, and it is a judgment as to whether that actor should be identified.
Okay. RMIT University also has recently been the recipient of some form of hack or cyber attack. Can you tell me what you know about that?
Like a number of... There are a number of current threat actors in the cyber environment. You would have seen the Microsoft Exchange hacks that have been going on. and had been identified in the press over the last few days. The specifics of the RMIT one, I believe, are still under investigation, so we wouldn't want to prejudice our ability to make any judgments about where that's come from and who's involved in it until such time as we've got the forensic information to be able to determine exactly what has happened and when. Okay. But we are aware of the attack and there is investigations underway.
Okay. Taking a bit of a step back from the particular end and just generally on cyber security in universities, how seriously do you characterise the cyber security threats to our universities, and how would you characterise their readiness and preparedness to deal with those?
The threat is very real. It is getting a lot realer and a lot harder, even for very sophisticated organisations. As you'd be aware, FireEye, which is a cybersecurity firm, was hacked itself, and so the sophistication and the ability of either states or criminal organisations to undertake cyber hacks is very real, and it is only going to get worse. The entirety of the global ICT environment is not as well prepared as it could be at all levels, and that includes the higher education sector, because it is constantly evolving, constantly, and hackers are constantly adapting their attacks to either newly identified vulnerabilities or additions to particular bits of software or capability. It is a bit of plugging the dike in many ways. You will never be 100% secure, but you can be a whole lot better. In that regard, this committee will shortly be taking evidence on a bill introduced into the House in December of last year, which is on the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act and the amendments thereto, which seeks to identify a broader range of critical infrastructure sectors in the Australian economy, which does include higher education and research. That bill seeks to put additional obligations on owners and operators of critical infrastructure entities to think about the cyber challenge they face, to take appropriate steps to deal with that cyber challenge, and to meet a positive security obligation as to whether or not they've done that, and report to us about what measures they've put in place. If those measures, in the view of ourselves, is insufficient to meet the need that we see in their sector, we can work with them to build their capabilities to be better defended against the cyber threat. So we are very much conscious that this is an evolving and ever-increasing threat, and we will be putting in place, should the legislation pass the Parliament, a mechanism by which the cyber threat environment is both better understood by entities such as universities and research institutions, and providing better assistance to them in their ability to defend against those sorts of threats.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that bill, and we can consider this in more detail when the committee has hearings on it. But I note for the record that some peak bodies representing universities and some universities themselves have lobbied to not be included within the scope of that bill, just as they lobbied to be excluded from the Foreign Relations Bill. And in and of itself, that raises concerns for me, given that we've heard some evidence today that universities now grapple better with this problem, they now understand it more, they're working more properly with government, and yet they are still lobbying to be excluded from the measures that the Parliament has seen fit to introduce, and in the case of the Foreign Relations Bill, pass. I mean, that makes me doubt a little bit their sincerity.
I'll defer to Mr Teal in terms of the way in which the university sector is engaged, because the UFIT guidelines do include a requirement to think about cybersecurity. Those who have, in their submissions to this committee regarding the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act, suggested that either they shouldn't be included or that the regulatory burden associated with their inclusion will be quite detrimental to their bottom line. I think fail to recognise that under current law they are required to think about the material risks to their business and to take measures to ensure that those risks aren't realised. And one of those risks increasingly is the cyber risk. To the degree that either companies or educational institutions haven't been deeply considering the cyber risk, that's a shame. You only have to read the newspapers every morning to recognise that cyber is a big challenge for all businesses, corporations, entities, and even individuals in Australia, and that more effective measures are needed. To the degree that the university sector should or should not be included in critical infrastructure, I think this committee in this inquiry is hearing about the criticality of higher education and research institutions to the national interest, and that was the judgment that was made in terms of their inclusion.
And look, this is more of a comment than a question, but it seems to me that universities are trying to have it both ways. They're telling this committee and the public, don't worry, we get it, we want to work with you, we want to fix it, but also please don't subject us to any actual requirements, legislative or regulatory, that would require us to do anything about it. I think that that's up to the committee to consider whether that reflects on their sincerity. I will invite Senator McAllister to ask her questions.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to all of the witnesses for appearing. Thanks for your submission, which includes the guidelines that have been issued in relation to the universities. This is obviously really important work. I note that it is structured thematically, essentially around responses, the kinds of responses that are useful in preventing or mitigating against the risks. I think there is a prior step, though, which is clearly articulating what the risks are. And I just want to confirm how universities and the general public might think about this. It seems to me that there are essentially two big streams of risk that we're trying to mitigate against. One is foreign interference, which is largely describes political risk, and that might be a risk to our political system, and that might be manifested in seeking to influence academics or seeking to influence the diaspora communities or other students at the university. The second bundle of risks are associated really with espionage, with obtaining either information about technology or information about personal data. Is that the correct way of understanding the risks, or does Home Affairs have another set of activities that they're concerned about?
Senator, it's Chris Teal. I might refer you to paragraph 20 and 21 of the submission that we've put in a way that may assist the committee, and it for the committee's benefit. It talks about the method and the aims of foreign actors who seek to engage in foreign interference, and the means. So just working through that, foreign actors who seek to engage in foreign interference in the Australian higher education and research sector through the following means, and it also cross-references to ASIO's submission, so it's in fact drawing from that material. One, efforts such as threats, coercion or intimidation to alter or direct the research agenda. 2, financial coercion. 3, solicitation and recruitment of postdoctoral researchers and academic staff. And 4, cyber intrusions. I think the aims of the foreign actor and those undertaking the activity are important for us to understand. They include stealing Australian research and technology for transfer overseas, cutting the time and cost required to replicate a desired technology, gaining commercial advantage in a competitive market, identifying, cultivating and recruiting individuals for future interference and espionage activities, and enabling long-term access to information. another way to look at it, and certainly not disagreeing with your contextualisation of the issue, but just putting it into the means and also the aims of the activity that's being undertaken.
Yes, thank you.
Does that help, Senator?
It does help. I suppose I'd just make the observation that in those dot points identified in paragraph 21, there is nothing intrinsically wrong with another country seeking to cut the time or costs required to replicate a technology, or anything intrinsically wrong with anyone gaining commercial advantage in a competitive market or seeking to enable long-term access to information. I think the point your submission is trying to make is that where those objectives are pursued through the kinds of means outlined in paragraph 20, that is where the problem lies.
That's right. And we've spoken before about this issue in different committees, in the issue of clandestine, coercive, deceptive or corrupting behaviour.
The reason I raise it is that I think that the most, the area that requires perhaps the most additional work and definitional work is thinking about the kinds of circumstances where research collaboration on a particular technology is desirable and the kinds of circumstances where it is not. Historically, we've had a reasonably clear boundary. We've said that dual-use technologies that might be used for military purposes are deserving of special protection. Are there other kinds of categories of research that the department now considers are also worthy of special protection?
I'll defer to Mr Ablong in your question.
Senator Mark Ablong, Deputy Secretary, National Resilience and Cybersecurity. The sorts of judgments that we're making about whether or not a piece of research might have detrimental impacts on Australia's national interests include a number of things, some of the national security risks that Mr Teal has already spoken about, but also where there are technologies that Australia is seeking to, or by definition are critical to Australia's own economic potential and capability, where the undercutting of any research and development and commercialisation that Australia might seek to do by somebody's ability to access that technology from us duplicitously would create a circumstance where Australia's economic and national interests are not well served by that research. And so the judgments that we make about the national interest relate to both the nature of the interaction, but also the sort of technology that we might be interested in prosecuting from an Australian perspective, where access to that technology by others would ultimately harm the national interest.
And to that extent, when you talk about the national interest, are you talking about Australia's strategic interests or economic interests or both?
We're talking about both. So certainly the security interests, the big strategic interests, our economic interests, it is all part of the consideration about what is in Australia's national interest and what isn't.
Yes. I mean, once one defines it as our economic interest, we start to run into, I think, some quite some competing ideas about how one's economic interest is advanced. For quite some decades now, it's been considered that Australia's economic interests are best served by having an open trading relationship, including the capacity for technology collaboration with international partners on technology development. Is that... I don't wish to sound naive in asking this question, but is that overall framework still the way that the government thinks about Australia's national economic interest?
Absolutely. There are a number of technologies, there are a number of research activities where international collaboration is fundamental to your ability to prosecute those technologies, and we fully embrace those and to, large measure we support them as best we can. The judgment is very much about the nature of that international collaboration, the way in which it might be undertaken, both in terms of to what degree do we make a judgment that it assists and supports our economic interests overall, or to what degree might it harm or hinder those. The considerations we put in those are very much the same as we might into a Foreign Investment Review Board consideration of whether the acquisition or sale of an Australian business to an overseas interest should be conceived. There are lots of Australian businesses and activities that we continue to allow foreign ownership of, because we think it's in the national interest to do so. But there are some that we reject on the basis that they would be inimical to our national interests overall. And so the same sorts of judgments are being made about research as to whether we think that the overall benefit is to Australia's advantage or not.
The business community appearing in different committee environments will sometimes argue that they're quite unclear about the assessments that are being utilised in those Foreign Investment Review Board decisions, and in particular how decisions are made when it is assessed that Australia's national security interests may be in tension with our economic interests. Do you think that the university sector is presently clear about the kinds of judgments that are being used when contemplating that same kind of question in the context of research?
I believe that the work through our engagement with the sector says that they are aware of these issues. They are becoming better understanding of the nature of what they need to think about and consider. As Mr. Teal said, some are starting from a little bit behind the starting line, and some are very much in front of the starting line. So there is a mix of understanding. Now, we'll do a lot of work, and we'll continue to do a lot of work to build their understanding of those challenges and provide them with relevant information that could assist in their decision making.
Earlier, Mr. Hefferon, you were asked by the Chair about a number of examples where ARC grants have been rejected on national security grounds. You were unable to provide the particulars of those on this occasion. Are you clear as a department the criteria that the ARC were using in making those assessments? Oh, and was the ARC the decision maker? Was I correct in understanding that that was your evidence?
Certainly the ultimate decision maker is the Minister. The ARC provides them with a series of recommendations through the guidance that the ARC puts out to the higher education and research sector in asking for grants and then evaluating those grants. I think that's quite clear, and in both the documentation that goes out prior to people putting out or putting in a research grant, as well as in their evaluation criteria, the UFIT guidelines feature prominently. That, I think, my short answer to your question would be yes. I think the sector is aware, and I think they, in circumstances where they have a judgment call to make, the Minister may seek additional advice from agencies to help him in making that decision. And in the last round of ARC grants, our advice was sought on national interest, not just national security interest, but national interest criteria. We provided our advice through the ARC to the Minister, and he made the judgment that he did. And it's useful to note that, there were 651 research grants, of which only 5 were ultimately decided by the Minister that he would not support.
I see. So just for clarity, the ARC put forward some 600 recommendations. Someone made a decision to seek additional advice from the national security agencies. Who was the decision? Who made that request?
So Senator, in that case, the ARC makes the preliminary judgment about whether any risks in the material that's been provided by the applicants and the universities, and it makes a judgment about we need some more advice on this, given the ARC is set up to look at academic excellence and not broader issues about Australia's national interest. The ARC then seeks advice from other agencies to get advice that it can then provide to the Minister for the Minister to make the final decision.
I see. So the ARC didn't adjust its recommendation upon receipt of the advice. It simply forwarded the existing recommendation along with additional information. I'm just trying to understand the process and who is functionally responsible for particular decisions.
Yeah, so the Minister is, at the end of the day, as Mr Ablong said, the Minister is responsible for the decision, is the decision maker. The ARC, I mean, up until the last few years, where I guess before this issue became as prominent in the research sector, now it's become more of an issue. The ARC needs to ensure that the advice that's provided to the Minister is comprehensive. Of course, the ARC is not in a position to provide advice on national security, national interest issues, including national security issues. It's limited to academic excellence. So it then needs to seek advice from other agencies to enable the comprehensive advice to be provided to the Minister. So it needs to do that. It's aided by that element of the guidelines. Mr Ablong says the guidelines suggest that when researchers are putting their applications forward, there are a series of things they need to work through, including conflicts of interest, including partnerships and the like, the sorts of areas where the research would take place, as in the subject matter of the research. And then in looking at that, it can then form this preliminary view about where the risks might be. And I think it has access. I mean, it would be better for the ARC to talk through in more detail if you're sort of the precision of what the ARC does. I think it'd be best for the ARC, but our understanding is that it would then look at mainly public sourced information to then provide this on the basis of both the applicant, what the application says, having regard to the guidelines, having regard to other public information, would make a judgment whether it needs further advice, and it would then seek it.
I see, but it doesn't process that advice. It leaves that to the Minister and his staff to then look at the two pieces of information, the original assessment undertaken by the ARC about the research, the quality of the research proposal, and then an additional and parallel piece of advice from the national security agencies about any risks attached to that project. And it's the Minister who is processing and integrating those two pieces of information.
It's not parallel, it's the one bit of advice that goes, and it has the question of the academic excellence, which is the ARC's domain, and then it'll have the question of the national interest, which is not their domain, but they will source that information to enable their recommendation to go forward to the Minister, for the Minister to make the decision. So I don't think
And are the national security agencies undertaking an assessment about sort of balancing the academic or economic value of the research compared to the national security implications? Do they perform that function?
Senator, it's Mark Ablong again. We don't make a judgment about the value of the academic research. What we seek to do is contextualise that academic research within a broader set of national interest considerations. If I go back, you mentioned earlier that we had for many years been looking at dual-use technologies and proliferatable items in the WMD space. We have been, working with the research community for many, many years on that sort of activity. But in some research proposals put forward, the link to either a dual-use technology or a WMD proliferatable item can be very obscure on the face of the research itself. It may well be just one small factor in the delivery of a WMD technology or a dual-use technology. And for an organisation like the ARC, they may not well be aware of that context in terms of whether this piece of research relates to a WMD technology. That's where we come in by being able to identify for them that the specifics of this technology while the academic research in and of itself might be highly desirable, will lead you down a WMD path or provides you with the critical last mile of a WMD technology, and therefore the Minister, should be advised that that's the case, and therefore in him making a decision, he then has all the facts rather than just some of the facts.
Understood. So is the WMD technology link the only link that you're examining at the moment when you're providing advice of this kind, or are there other factors that you're trying to provide advice on in terms of the national interest?
Senator, as I said, the WMD and dual use technologies is absolutely the first place we look, but we are increasingly looking at a broader set of critical technologies that are going to be pertinent for our national security, if not today, then into the future, where we can see an emergent technology that has the potential to fundamentally disrupt Australia's national security or national interest, and will provide advice to the decision maker on those, as well as on the traditional set of WMD and dual use technologies.
Right. So there's a second test beyond the old dual use test, which is an emerging technology which has the capacity to fundamentally disrupt Australia's national security. Is that the test?
That's correct. So if I can,
are there any additional thresholds or tests that you're using?
That's the main. Sorry, Senator. That's the main area in which we're looking, is in those critical and emergent technologies, or a relationship through the UFIT guidelines with institutions or individuals that may demonstrate coercive or corrupting behaviours. If I could give you an example, we hear today in the media lots about hypersonic technologies and their ability to be used in very fast missiles that could obviate our traditional defensive capabilities. 10 years ago, when we all started studying hypersonic technologies, their application in military technology was not as well understood. We thought they'd be very great ideas for faster international travel between destinations, and the economic benefit of that would be great. But as the technologies emerged, it's seen that there are some elements of that technology that could very much be dual use, or end up, creating real vulnerabilities for Australia over the future. And so it's a constantly evolving judgment about whether a technology as simple as 5G, which is not very simple, or as complex as the creation of a chemical, biological, radiological or nuclear weapon. There are many parts of the technologies that go into these things, so we've got to apply a lens that takes a view not just of today's challenges, but what the emergent challenges will be.
Some people say that all technology has the capacity to be dual-use technology. How does the department consider that problem?
Well, it's certainly true that potential adversaries can be very creative in the way in which they use any technology for advantage. We're not going to stop them all. It would be almost impossible to regulate every technology that existed and reduce the ability of people to do that. What we're doing is working on the balance of probabilities and the general availability of that technology globally. If there are certain things that we here in Australia are uniquely developing, or that our allies or friends are uniquely developing, that we would not like to see get into the hands of potential adversaries, then we make that sort of a judgment. If it's a broadly, if I can use the term, commoditised technology, where both commercial interests as well as 100 different countries are developing that technology, then there's probably not much we could do, even if we did stop that technology from coming out of Australian hands, to stop that technology proliferating globally.
Thank you. Look, just a final question. Is the department intending to publicly communicate, either to the research institutions or more broadly, the kinds of technologies that you currently consider are critical and deserving of protection? And
yes,
if,
Senator.
and what is the underlying reason behind that position?
Yes, Senator, we are intending to publicly make that available. There's a lot of consultation going on at the moment across government and with the sector about those sorts of technologies. We will be publicly communicating that when I think the view of the technologies, which ones we are particularly interested in from an Australian perspective, where our allies and friends are going with particular technologies. When that zeroes in on a few specific and deliberate technologies, we'll start putting those into the public domain. We're not quite there yet. There's a bit of consultation still to be done across government and elsewhere. But it is fully our intent that there be a publicly available list of those technologies.
Mm-hmm. And to facilitate our discussion of this, does this project have a name in capital letters? I know most government projects do. How shall we refer to this in our ongoing discussions with you all?
Well, Senator, from our perspective, the work that we're talking about now is called Critical and Emergent Technology Policy, which we are currently in the process of pursuing as a whole of government activity.
Okay, and that's led by Home Affairs?
We're dealing with it from the security perspective. The Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet is dealing with it from sort of a whole of government perspective. A number of other portfolios are dealing with it either from an economic lens or related lenses. And so, ultimately this has got to be a whole of government activity because an identification of critical technologies, as we have done with critical minerals in the recent past, is just the first step. The next step is what do you want to do about those? There are some that you want to protect, there will be some that you want to promote, there's some where you want to ensure that Australian commercialisation occurs, and so you need to be thinking about investment decisions, you need to be thinking about educational decisions, you need to be thinking about security decisions. So Prime Minister and Cabinet currently has the lead on that whole of government scoping of it. We in Home Affairs are dealing with it from the perspective of the security consequences.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. Mr. Leeser.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to start with a question to Mr. Teal, if I may. I want to start with a quote. When the sector appeared before this committee when we were considering the foreign interference legislation in January 2018, Vicky Thompson from the group of 8, when asked about foreign interference, said, and I quote, "We've not been provided with any direct evidence of overt influence in our universities." And Professor Andrew Van, then the Deputy Chair of Universities Australia, said, "It's not an observable problem that we can see." That was January 2018. To what extent are those views still prevalent in the leadership of the sector today, in your experience?
I think that if you ask both of those people now, they may have a different answer to you. As you're aware, Mr. Leeser, over the course of the development, the establishment of the University Foreign Interference Task Force and the development of the guidelines and the ongoing engagement, part of this has been an education campaign in relation to an understanding of the environment in which the ecosystem is operating. I would contend to you, and I don't want to put words in people's mouths, that this campaign, the ongoing education and the ongoing discussion has benefited both parties in this very much, and has increased the understanding, certainly from the officials, stand fast, my colleagues to my left, the officials from a space which is not familiar with the higher education sector as much as others, and also for the higher education sector to be engaging with elements of the system which they wouldn't otherwise have had access to, has benefited both parties tremendously. And one of those outcomes, I would contend to you, is an increase of understanding and awareness of the environment that we're being faced at the moment.
It's fair to say that the sector's been on a bit of a journey in the last 2 years, then, isn't it?
It is fair to say that the sector has been on a journey over the last 2 years. I come back to my original point that the start line for elements within the sector, I would contend also to you, has been at various points along the journey. So therefore, their pace of understanding of it, as well as the immediacy of the problem, noting the different threat profiles that different parts of the university have, would dictate that there's a different awareness over that period of time. However, what I would say is that the sector writ large has increased its awareness across the board.
And to what extent has that been as a result of legislative change in the education program? And to what extent is it universities actually recognising that this is a threat to their existence, that it's a threat to their intellectual property, it's a threat to their reputation?
I think there's no one answer to that question. I think it depends upon where the university, what the university is doing, what threat it is observing itself, and how it's engaging its population writ large. So the answer to your question is, I don't think there's a silver bullet here. I don't think it's one issue or another. I don't think it's increased awareness raising only. I don't think it's an increased sharing of information only. I don't think it's one of those things. I think it's a mosaic approach, as many of these issues are, because people are faced with a different environment over the course of their period in tenure, but also that environment changes, and people's awareness of that environment changes, and their acknowledgement of that environment changes. So my answer to you is, I can't tell you which component part of this is making the largest difference, because it's different for each institution, I would contend, and maybe they're better placed to answer that question for you.
I suppose I'm trying to get at the question here whether, and I say this as a former university administrator, these matters are just seen as another regulatory compliance issue from government, or to what extent that they are seen as a serious matter for the universities to deal with.
Senator, I missed your question. I'm sorry. It's a bit muted here.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to gauge, and I say this as a former university administrator, to what extent these issues and the legislation that we have in this area so far is being just seen as another impost from the federal government that needs to be complied with, and to what extent are they being taken seriously, and universities are deeply engaged in actually doing something about the problem?
I think you need to ask them in relation to their perception of the legislation. What I would say is that as the increased awareness is rising across the sector writ large, then the understanding, I would contend, of the legislative basis for some of the legislation that has been passed by the Parliament is better understood.
Is it fair to say that for most senior executives, I mean Vice-Chancellors and Deputy Vice-Chancellors and University Councils, this matter is being taken seriously?
Yes.
What then, turning to term of reference B, should we be doing as a committee to satisfy ourselves that things that are being taken seriously by universities, university executives and university governing bodies are actually being translated to the level of the researcher in a faculty or in a research unit? How can we properly assess, despite seeing policies and worthy statements, that this is actually being translated on the ground?
I think as I described earlier in my evidence, the work of the University's Foreign Interference Task Force and the architecture associated with that, which is equal representation government and equal representation of the sector, has a role to play here in relation to the transfer of knowledge and that understanding of how the implementation is being phased through. I don't have a view in relation to how that provides advice to the committee in that regard. However, I do have a view that the Foreign Interference Task Force has a role to play in that transfer of knowledge on this critical issue. And as I've said before, the task force called for submissions in 2020, in the middle of an element of the pandemic. Over half, and I'll stand to be corrected, but approximately half of the universities provided written submissions in that regard. Equally, two sessions were held over that period of time, and at one, 38 universities attended, another 34 universities attended, with a total attendance across the two of approximately 160 individuals. I'm using these figures in order to support this cross-pollinisation of information and the cross-pollinisation of the implementation of what we've seen. I think we've got further work to do here. I think we've got further work to take the learnings of where we were in 2019 and consider that in a way which is perhaps measurable, and I need to, that's a different conversation. But for me, this issue of being able to share that knowledge is critically important. I think the University's Foreign Interference Task Force has a significant role to play in that regard.
Mr. Till, I don't doubt it's a very good start, and I don't doubt that universities are coming along and engaging. I suppose just looking for some assistance, given that we'll have to write a report in relation to how we might go and interrogate whether these things are translating to the level of the individual researcher and the individual academic.
I come back to the point that the embedding of the elements of the guidelines, which are in essence due diligence and transparency in some regards, and how that translates to university processes such as applications for research grants and the like. And we've already seen changes in research grant applications towards the end of last year as it pertains to people providing more transparency of their connections. I think through measures such as those and sector-wide education programs and the like, I would contend that there's the next step up at that point.
Can I take you to the issue of the university groupings and so on? And in your submission, you've been praiseworthy of Universities Australia Group of 8 in the leadership role that they've played in supporting the university sector in the consideration of the guidelines and the like. Can I ask you about those individual organisations, particularly the Group of 8, the ATN, the IRU, many of which have international agreements with other universities and other university bodies, including with nations which have been subject of public discussion about security issues, so I'll put it that way. What is their role, particularly in assessing their own agreements, and what is their role more broadly in relation to ensuring that that there is a good understanding and that these matters are being taken seriously?
I think they have a key role in the way that we engaging. The engagement to date has been one of a high level of collaboration, and the two bodies that are represented on the task force at the moment, the Universities Australia and the Group of 8, are a key component part of that. Because of the nature of the and this has come back to parts of government which don't normally engage with a sector in this regard, and also starting from a different point, is that it's becoming more apparent the deeper we go on into this process that the grouping of the universities and in fact the peak bodies that exist in the universities play a tremendously important role.
So to what extent, I mean, given the quote that I read you from Ms Thompson earlier from 2 years ago, to what extent do those groupings properly understand these issues, given that they are one step removed, as it were, for the day-to-day functioning of universities?
Mr. Lee, Rob Hefferon. So because the Group of 8 are responsible for the vast bulk of research done at universities. So they're acutely aware, and University of Australia also represent those universities plus all the others, all the publicly funded universities. And so but there's a sort of a proportionality thing here. The Group of 8 universities understand the challenges, understand the issues. I think you quoted from sometime in 2018, I think, as Ms Tiller said, the reality's moved on quite a bit, and when you speak to them, I'm sure you'll be speaking to them, they'll have a very different view to what was expressed back then. Some of the other groupings, so the Regional University Network, are far less research intensive. The risks are lower, and one of the key things in the guidelines and the approach the government has taken is a need for a proportionate approach, so that's quite important. But the Universities Australia operates through its board, but also its plenary, where all vice-chancellors come together. And then there are a range of other subcommittees. So the DVC's corporate will meet, and a lot of the material that the guidelines will encourage universities to do and the best practice and so forth will channel a bit through DVCCs, some through the Deputy Vice-Chancellor's research, DVCRs, and those groupings meet under the auspices of UA as well. So there are, like any of those, well, I won't call them an industry, but representative bodies. They have their own mechanisms by which they can ensure that the right information is fed through in the right way. So the awareness of all the relevant actors in their respective members is heightened.
I note the Group of 8 submission to this committee. They say, and I quote, "The Group of 8 is not naive to geopolitical imperatives, and as this submission will illustrate for the committee, the Group of 8 has not ignored security risks to secure funding nor knowingly put their national security at risk." It's just, I find it hard in 2018, when there was quite a large public discussion about these matters, that they could say what they said. But that's a question for the Group of 8. I'd like to move to the issue of non-university higher education providers, if I may. I know that most of the submissions here focus on research, but we're also looking at the higher education sector more broadly. To what extent have you engaged with, this is a question I think Mr Teal again, with non-university higher education providers, and to what extent should we be concerned about the prospect of national security risks affecting those non-university higher education providers, particularly given that so many of those providers are very reliant on foreign students and also foreign academics?
Mr Lesser, I've had some but limited engagement in that sector. I think that for me and for the task force and the objectives that were set for us, and the proportionality and also understanding the environment, obviously the significant amount of resources was focused at the university sector. I would contend quite rightly in relation to our understanding of the issue. I think the construct of of foreign students at different in different subsectors, if I can use that as a layperson, subsectors within the higher education system is deserving of attention as we think about what the next phase of the task force's work is, as it pertains to, and I may defer to Mr Heffron here, as it pertains to things such as freedom of speech and the potential issue of coercive activity of a disparate student base. But certainly, in a direct answer to your question, is the vast majority of engagement has occurred at the university sector.
Thanks, Mr Teal. I'd like to put a question about the submission from the Department of Education. It's my last question. I'm not sure who the person I'm putting it to, it's Mr Heffron or somebody else. I didn't quite catch who's the senior person from the Department of Education. But my question's about the TEQSA Higher Education Integrity Unit. From the submission on page 7 and 8, effectively it seems to me that I want to understand more about what this unit is doing. It seems that the unit's been focused on, catching people cheating, getting somebody else to write their essays so far, and doesn't want to trip over what other agencies are doing. But my understanding was this unit was particularly set up because because of concerns about the issues on which this inquiry is based, particularly national security risks and the like. And I'd just like to get a bit of a sense of what this unit is actually doing and what it intends it will do.
Three things. First, I might kick off, and one of my colleagues who may be more familiar with this will come to the table, and I think Mr English. But number one is that exactly how TEQSA goes about this is probably best discussion with TEQSA. But in, I guess, paragraph 2 of our submission, it's intended to, and this was the intention when it was when it was put in place, or proposed to be put in place, that it was, as submission is very broad-reaching, going from admission standards information, academic and research governance, integrity, student safety, foreign interference, cyber security, fraud and corruption. And then the early focus was to make sure that the legal responsibilities under legislation passed by the Parliament, the Prohibiting Academic Cheating Services Act, was given appropriate focus. It also isn't going to try and double up on what others are doing, and bearing in mind the nature of TEQSA and the work it does. It's not a security agency, but its mandate will be to ensure that the higher education sector participants conduct themselves in the appropriate way. I might pass to Mr. English if he has anything. No doubt we'll have extra material to add, but also the question of where TEQSA is at with these particular things is probably something that's best directed to them, given their sort of statutory independence from the department.
But it's in your submission, and I'm just concerned that it doesn't seem the agency is really dealing with these national security issues that I thought it was established to deal with, this particular unit in the agency.
Dom English, First Assistant Secretary, Higher Education Division. Senator, the focus of the unit was on risks to the integrity of the quality of higher education delivered to students. Now that picks up a broad range of issues and considerations and can go to the things that we're talking about here today, but this wasn't established as a unit to police the integrity of providers' responses to things like foreign interference and the like. It was, at its core, it's a research, analytical and best practice effort to make sure that systematic issues in the way that the sector is delivering the education that we expect it to deliver to students is being delivered at a very high quality in terms of the integrity, the quality of the education experience. Now, you're right that these issues will bear upon that focus, but there's a question of balancing of effort. Most of the attention on these issues are being driven by other parts of the Commonwealth's engagement with the university system, and so the integrity unit in TEQSA does have the choice and the ability to direct its effort to the areas where maybe the research and the other pieces of the policy architecture are not quite as heavily engaged. So it was never the intent that this would be exclusively, this unit would be exclusive about these things. As Mr. Heffron said, at the end of the day, the tasking of the unit is now a matter for TEQSA, and they can certainly provide more detail, I think, if you need it.
Okay, I'll put some questions to TEQSA. The very, very final question that I have is, I think it's back to Mr. Teal again. To what extent have we set up a system in this country where we have driven universities to focus particularly on world rankings, and that is encourage them to go after people who have got very strong publication records, very strong publication initiatives at the expense of any other consideration? And to what extent do we need to look at what are the drivers for the sector in terms of how the institutions in the sector demonstrate their strength and their worth?
Mr. Lesser, I'm just going to hand to Mr. English.
Senator, I think there is an important question which the government is now, through the speech that Minister Tudge made at Melbourne University a little over a week ago, is now actually putting back to the sector in terms of the next stage of policy development about the priority setting and the focus of the sector. And I think in that there was a very clear challenge to the sector to say that the lessons of recent history suggest we should be very focused on the student experience and the delivery of research that is in the interest of Australia, and how we exploit the benefits of the research that is publicly funded, as well as the research that universities are doing with their own resources, and how that delivers benefits for Australia. Obviously, COVID and the geopolitical environment means that the balance of interests and issues have shifted over the last 10 or 15 years, and I think we've all had to learn how to move the policy environment to respond. That said, I think it's unambiguously the case that we've benefited as a nation from increasing focus on the quality of research in Australian universities and the contribution that can make to the economic, social and cultural opportunities available to our citizens and their communities. And I don't think anything in how we deal with a more challenging geopolitical environment should be seen as a reason to move away from a focus on high quality research. We should just absolutely ensure that the policy and the other funding settings are driving universities towards, focused on research that is in the national interest and exploiting the benefits of that research as much as we can, which is what Minister Tudge clearly set out quite recently.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lisa. We'll go to Dr. Ali and then Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses appearing today. It seems to me that there are a number of current systems to deal with the issues raised in the terms of reference. UFIT, ARC assessment, the TEXA integrity unit. I'm wondering if you could comment on how you see the comprehensiveness of this current framework and these current mechanisms, and where do we go from here with what we currently have in improving that comprehensiveness and effectiveness to, sorry, there's a bit of background noise. Is there anyone else getting background noise? Sorry.
No, we're not here, Dr. Ali, but
Oh.
please proceed and let us know if it's
Okay.
still an issue.
Okay, thank you. So just a comment, if I may, on the comprehensiveness of the current framework and where does it go from here to ensure that the issues that are in the terms of reference here are fully addressed.
Dr. Ali, Chris Teal. I think it would be fair to say that we're evolving on this journey, and I've given evidence to that effect during the course of the hearing. I think that where we were in 2019 to where we are now is a significant advancement, but certainly I don't think we would consider that comprehensive now. I think that we're learning more about the other party to this, or the other parties, the environment in which we're operating, if you will. So therefore, this issue of how to incorporate learnings that we've had along the way and apply those is an ongoing matter for us. What I would say to you is that certainly from the task force's point of view and the steering group for the task force's point of view, the method that we've achieved that the outcomes to date has been one of collaboration and one where it's working with the sector in this regard. So my key point is that it's a work in progress. It's responding to the environment that we're facing. But the underpinning architecture as it pertains to where we are at the moment, I think has proven that it's effective over the last couple of years. And my contention to you is it's a solid base upon which to launch into the future. I might see if Mr. Heffron's got anything to add.
No, I think Mr. Teal has captured that very precisely.
Mr. Ablong.
Dr. Ali, Mark Ablong from Home Affairs. I think the challenge for all of us, if I could classify it, is a sector and a vector problem. The sector needs and is through the UFIT activities and the other activities that Mr. Teal has described, developing a better understanding of the nature of the challenge that it faces going forward, both in terms of its business model and the impacts of its business model on national security and other threats that it faces. So I think the sector activity is well in hand. The other part of the equation is the vectors by which the various threats can attack or can harm or create risk for the sector. We spoke at the very beginning part of this session with the chair about the cyber vector and the need for us to think very seriously and differently about the challenge that we face in terms of the cybersecurity of Australia. And as you know, the government put out the cybersecurity strategy last year, which points to a number of things that we'll be doing over the next little while in order to improve the ability of Australia to manage cybersecurity as a nation and uplift the capabilities of industry, academia, government and individuals in the cyber domain. The identification through the amendments to the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act, which this committee will deal with, will help us to take a more vector approach to some of these threats. And so that will help support an ongoing conversation between the sector and the government about the way it needs to appropriately manage all of its risks. And then the final thing that I'll say is that while a lot of emphasis and impact is put on researchers from overseas, and as you know, for many years we have been screening visa applications on a WMD and a nuclear and CBRN basis. We are increasingly visa screening against these other things that we've been talking about today to allow us to make some judgments about who might come to Australia in order to undertake activities in this regard. So I think if you think about the problem both as a problem for the sector in terms of making it more resilient, robust and able to withstand the challenges that it faces, as well as the ways in which we are managing some of the key vectors, whether they be the digital vector, through cybersecurity or others, then I think there's a more comprehensive approach to be managed in that regard.
Thank you. And I want to come back to you on vectors in a minute, but I just want to ask Mr. Teal, what do you see is the ongoing role of UFIT moving forward here?
It's for others to determine that necessarily. However, and it's a question of policy. What I would say to you is UFIT, from where we were in 2019 to dealing with the issues that we have had to deal with, from what I would contend to be a different start point, and the methodology that we used has been a very good, and it's a self-critique, which is always dangerous. It's been has proven to be an effective model in dealing with this issue. I would also say to you, Dr. Ali, that in support of that self-assessment, and which is not the best thing to do, is if you look at our engagement with our international partners and the way our international partners have had a great interest in the way that we have been through this process over the last year and a half or thereabouts, there has been great interest in not only the methodology that was used or the architecture that was used, but also the outcomes. And there was I think there was a submission by Universities UK to the committee, which if you go to Universities UK website and you look at a set of guidelines, they look remarkably similar. And I think, from my perspective, that just signifies that the approach that we've taken and the outcome, rather the output and the next phase, is certainly being watched very carefully around the world, imitated in some regards, but also the methodology that we've used to get to this point is of significant interest to our international partners.
Thank you. Just going back to, was it you, Mr. Ablong, that was talking about sectors and vectors?
It was.
This might be a bit of an unusual question, but in terms of that, like we've heard a lot about science and technology and the risks from that, including cyber. Is there a risk in non-STEM areas? And I'm harking back to like Senator Keneally was talking about in terms of political risk as a kind of a vector. Is there any kind of observed risk for any of the issues that we've been discussing around in areas such as studies of human behaviour, anthropology, social sciences? And is there also threats? We've also focused a lot on threats from state actors. Are we also looking at non-state actors in here as well?
Dr. Ali, I'll start with the last bit and then go backwards if I may. Are we seeing threats from non-state actors? Yes, we do. As all parts of the Australian economy are, there are some very sophisticated organised criminal groups that have resources that rival those of states, both in terms of their economic, their business model and their reach globally. And so, you know, those organisations are absolutely a risk that we have to manage. In terms of are there risks in the humanities and other areas, I'll leave it to the Director General of Security to make a judgment about what he is seeing in terms of observable risks in Australia. But as a sort of a logical argument, inherently, yes, there are risks that go beyond the STEM subjects. This is not just a matter of technology. The ability of an individual, a group or a country to influence the way in which people think, the way in which people decide to act, through either sociological, anthropological, human behaviours, can be equally a challenge in terms of us thinking about the future of national security going forward. We, for instance, have been doing a lot of work in Home Affairs about, and it's kind of in that middle ground between technology and the humanities, about the Internet of Bodies, so the increasing use of medical devices inside of human beings and the ways in which those can be threatened or put at risk, which is as much about the behavioural aspects as it is about the technological aspects. And so it is not the case that we look at the STEM-related matters alone. We do look at a number of different academic and research activities to determine whether there is a potential for somebody to use those in ways that would create damage or danger for Australia's national interest.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. That's
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair. My question probably is also directed to Mr. Ablong. Paragraphs 29 and following in the Home Affairs submission go to the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill of 2020, which also stands referred to this committee. And I link that with your comment that you're working cooperatively with PM&C, who are taking a whole-of-government approach to assessing which areas we should perhaps be protecting. And you also just mentioned then the Director General and perhaps ASIO's input into the consideration. I guess where I'm going is that the feedback we've had from universities, from companies and others is that they really want a clear articulation of what are the things that we think are worth protecting or enhancing to Australia's security, or perhaps even the word resilience would be better. And so I guess I'm interested to look at your approach in the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill as it applies to providing that information to universities and others. And you've talked about critical education assets being subject to that bill. And I'm just wanting to understand your approach to defining a system or a sector, because as I look at that bill, the health sector, for example, which through COVID we've seen national resilience in the health system is important, but the bill seems to focus almost uniquely on infrastructure, as in major hospitals, as opposed to the health system as a whole, with all of its, pharmaceuticals, PPE, other workforce, other component parts. And so as we look at the education sector, could you just talk to the committee about your approach to assessing the criticality of that sector and the things that it researches or adds value to in terms of an ongoing assessment and therefore priority list of things that should be protected?
Thank you, Senator. In terms of the code design work that we will do, should the Parliament agree to pass the legislation, we will be sitting down with each of the sectors in a series of workshops, specifically with the sector's leaders and institutions, to ask that very question that you've asked me. What is the architecture? What is the infrastructure? What are the most critical things within your sector that you think need to be protected and that we think need to be protected? We may start from very different positions on that. What we put into the explanatory memorandum for the bill was a very first cut analysis of on the face of what we've seen to date, this would fit within the criteria, but we will sit down with the university sector in particular, the university and research sector, because as you know, there are a number of non-university research organisations, including companies that are conducting substantive research and commercialisation within Australia, and ask them the questions of what in their view is the truly critical part of that equation. So there will be some obligations that will stand on every person in that sector or every entity in that sector, but there will be more specific obligations that will pertain to those that we deem to be most critical. And the smallest subset of that, as the legislation says, is what we call systems of national significance, which are those things which, if they were to fail in some regard, or to be sabotaged or damaged or taken offline, would create life-threatening situations for Australians or huge economic damage to the country. And so we've got to go through the exercise with each sector to ask that question, to bring our security perspective to that and their understanding of the sector to that, and then we'll narrow in on those things that need to be specifically covered, where we need to turn on specific obligations under the Act that apply to those entities. Not every institution will be of equal criticality, so we will need to work with the sector to co-design what we think those entities are.
So what I'm hearing there is a discussion around co-designing a framework to secure certain elements to ensure resilience for Australia's critical systems, which seems to be important but parallel, if you like, to the concept of protecting intellectual property that could be used against Australia down the track or against our allies in terms of some of the work that's been discussed in submissions. Do you see that the work you're doing within the Critical Infrastructure Centre and that bill could eventually become the lead for a whole of government activity to understand what is it we need to protect, whether it's resilience or security related, or do you still see that that will be dispersed across, for example, PM&C and others, as opposed to them having input to the CIC as a lead agency?
Senator, ultimately that'll be a matter for government as to how it wants to dispose the various functions and policy parameters of its agencies. With national resilience in my title, I prefer the term resilience to security, and so the work that we do within my group and within Home Affairs is very much focused on understanding and building the robustness and resilience of industry and other institutions in this country to deal with whatever the challenges that might come, whether they be the sorts of things we see in a natural disaster, or whether they be the long, kind of eddies of history sorts of changes that we see happening through geopolitics or geoeconomics. Ultimately government will decide which way it wants to position it. I will just say, though, that in terms of the security of critical infrastructure amendments that the legislation proposes, it is an all-hazards approach. It is dealing with all of the challenges facing the sector, not just those that are at that very highest level. I mean, yes, there is some very specific provisions that deal with those, that discrete subset that is the most critical. But ultimately, anybody existing in one of these critical infrastructure sectors needs to have a risk management plan that deals with the physical risks, the cyber risks, the intellectual property risks, the other economic risks that they might face as a consequence of their environment, and have a plan to deal with those. And current corporations law requires every incorporated entity in Australia to do those sorts of things and to report as part of its annual statements the way in which it has managed these material risks. What the critical infrastructure amendment suggests is that we'll be much more explicit about what we think those risks are, and we will provide a mechanism by which government can be a little bit more forthcoming with its information to support companies in making judgments about how to build their resilience.
Senator Fawcett, that is the
Sure.
time we were scheduled to conclude, but with the agreement of officials, I'm happy to drift a little bit more into the lunch break if you have further questions.
No, only one observation, Chair, if I could. Mr. Ablong, you're quite right. Government will make a decision and provide direction as to how, who should take the lead on certain activities. But one of the things the government responds to is recommendations from reports from committees such as this. We can only make those recommendations on the basis of evidence presented to us. And so if you see advantages or efficiencies in terms of changes within the structural leadership within government, whether that's in camera or in public evidence, I'd encourage you to be upfront with the committee as to the best way that the taxpayer dollar can be spent in the national interest, because that's one of the outcomes that these committee reports have, is that government can then decide to act. But Chair, thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Fawcett. I'll just, on indulgence, just ask one follow-up question from our discussion before, Mr. Ablong, about the ANU incident. I've been reminded that it has been publicly reported, including by David Rowe in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 5th of June 2019, that intelligence sources believe that the Chinese government was behind the ANU hack and outlined some concerns they have about how the data that was obtained could be used for intelligence purposes. So I just want to try again. You've called it an advanced persistent threat actor. I mean, how many advanced persistent threat actors are there? And is it the case that we do know that it is China, but we just don't want to say that publicly?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The answer is just because it's reported in the paper as it is believed doesn't necessarily mean that we can prove anything, nor that that information about what is believed actually relates to or reflects the judgments that we're actually making. We as the government, the intelligence agencies and the Australian government haven't made a judgment about that yet. And nor will we. The most commonly spoken about advanced persistent threat actors are Actor 40 and Actor 38. So there are at least 40 of these advanced persistent threat actors operating globally that represent both states as well as non-state actors. We call them advanced persistent threats, and we can typically get to the point of being able to say it was 40, not 38, by the sort of phenomenology associated with it. But to the degree that we can legally prove, in an evidentiary sense, that it is a particular organisation is a very big challenge.
Yeah, to what degree is a legal level of proof required here? I mean, I'm not proposing that the government take legal action in an international court to prove it. Surely, if we're reasonably confident we can be free to make public statements about that because of the very powerful deterrent effect that it has, without being rising to a legal level of standard. I mean, I'm not too concerned about the human rights of the state actors that be accused of, this kind of cyber attacks.
It's an interesting policy question, Senator, and it's something that does occupy a lot of us in government in thinking about cyber attributions. You have to be more than reasonably sure. It's not a balance of probability effort. You need to be more than certain that you know who the actor is before you name them, because there are consequences for naming, not just for the actor involved, but for the country that does the naming. And so, we take it very seriously. We try and identify it to the maximum extent we can, but there are so many tools for you to obfuscate where you are and what you're doing that you can only get so far. And so you make a judgment, and as I said, you look at phenomenology. In other words, what's their traditional sort of method of operating, their hand. So a lot of code is written in particular ways that kind of resembles each other. And so you can kind of identify who an actor might be by the way they speak, the code they write. And so you can junk those together, put them all together and say that kind of looks like a unique individual or a unique actor, and we'll call that an advanced persistent threat actor. But that's not necessarily saying that we're getting to the point of saying we can see that it came out of building X and street Y in country Z, and therefore we can prove that it is nation, A or B.
Fair enough. Thank you very much to all witnesses for your evidence and your assistance to the committee today. You have undertaken to take some questions on notice, and I anticipate there'll be further questions on notice, at least from me as chair, of a technical nature, but probably from other committee members as well. So we welcome your prompt assistance in providing those answers to us. And some of those will be particularly helpful to have in time for our next hearing, the Friday 19th of March, particularly thinking of the questions I put on notice about those research grants that were refused, because we do have the ARC before us. Then I'd like to be able to proceed with those questions informed by your answers, if that's possible. So thank you very much. The committee will now adjourn for the lunch break. We'll return at 1:30 p.m. with ASIO.
Thank you.